All right, we're going to get started. Did you grab everyone from the back? Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll just skip that one. Yeah. Do you know if Victoria's here? Okay, that's great. Yeah. Do you want to have a spot?
I was going to say I had something to May already came
Oh,
out.
yeah, oh, yeah.
How are you doing? Ready for your? Oh, this is your second. This is the second experience of this.
All right, good evening. We're going to get started. Good evening. Happy New Year. Calling to order the VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, January 9th. Oh,
Recording in progress.
all right. Now calling to order the regular meeting of Thursday, January 9th for 2025. A few safety reminders. Please take a moment to identify your nearest exits. The nearest AED is by the public table in the back of the chambers. Restrooms are outside the double doors adjacent to the reception area. And in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate, our assembly area is in the plaza outside of the building's double doors as shown on the screen. And the address of our meeting location, you can also see that on the screen. I'd like to welcome some new board members. Very excited. We've got some great folks joining us. San Jose Councilmember Domingo Candelas, who is serving as alternate board member for Group 1, City of San Jose. Thank you for being here. Los Gatos Councilmember, Vice Mayor Rob Moore, who will serve as Group 3, West Valley City's alternate board member. We've got Gilroy Mayor Greg Bozzo, who will serve as Group 4, South County alternate board member. And Sunnyvale Vice Mayor Linda Sell, who is now serving as the board member for Group 5, Northeast Cities. And I'm going to ask Elaine to administer their oath of office at this time. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you, all of you, for your willingness to serve. In addition to the new board members, I want to mention a couple others. We have Mayor Mark Turner from Morgan Hill, who is now serving as the regular board member from Group 4, South County. In Group 5, Northeast Cities, Suds Jane is now the regular board member, and Mayor Carmen Montano of Milpitas will be the alternate board member. Welcome as a full director to now Supervisor Abikoga. Very glad to have you on our board as well. Thank you all. Now I'd like to welcome the members of the public who are joining us tonight. Just to note that those who'd like to address the board are encouraged to complete one of the blue speaker cards in the back. Please submit the completed card. You can hand it to any of our board office staff before the item is heard. For virtual attendees, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. And we'll follow our custom of inviting those in person to speak and then those on Zoom. And to my colleagues, just a few regular reminders. Please keep your mics muted until you're ready to speak. Please feel free to wave and call my attention or by turning on the red light on your microphone. And with that, Elaine, let's do our roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Abikoga. Abikoga's present. Arenas. Arenas present. Burke. Cohen.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Jane.
Here.
Kamei. Lee.
Present.
Montano. Turner.
Here.
Candelas.
Here.
Moore. Moore is present. Sell.
Here.
Present. Vice Chair Mahan.
Here.
Chairperson Lopez.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to item 1.2, orders of the day. Staff is requesting to defer item 5.3.b, appointment to the standing committee. And I want to thank my colleagues and thank you to staff for bearing with the game of musical chairs we've been playing with the committees. We're still waiting some of the final appointments from Citigroup, so we'll have a couple of new faces at our next board meeting. And to ensure continuity, members who served on the standing committees last year, particularly the ANF committee, we're asking to continue their service this month on a temporary basis only. And that's because we have to establish a roster at this time for those meetings in order to be able to meet in the next month. What we're going to do then is that the board will consider the appointments at our January 24th. Is that right, Elaine? I thought that was the 21st for our workshop. The workshop, is that the 21st or the 24th? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being told it is the 24th. So at our workshop, we'll do any further adjustments. And if there are further adjustments after that, if folks are seated after, we can do that at our February meeting. And we're also deferring to the February meeting the resolution of appreciation for former board members, Mayor Marie Blankley and Councilmember Dev Davis, and alternate board members Lynette Liang and Rob Rennie. They're unable to attend tonight's meeting because they're away. And before we move on, I'd like to note that we will be adjourning our meeting in memory of a recent VTA retiree, Sylvia Vasquez. Sylvia dedicated 28 years of service to VTA. She held various roles across different divisions at VTA and was active in union leadership. She served on the AFSCME executive board. Sylvia was known for her caring personality, and she worked hard to support our team members in the aftermath of the Guadalupe tragedy. She was also very active in the culture and climate transformation efforts. Sylvia passed away last month, and with her tremendous impact that she had to our organization, she will be sorely missed. We're also adjourning our meeting in memory of Betty Pham and her family. Betty Pham and her children, Henry and Shelby, unexpectedly passed away in December. She was a great colleague who was a key part, had a deep impact on her team, and always had a bright smile and a willingness to help with anything that was needed. She served as the management administrative assistant in the community outreach and public engagement department since January 2024. She loved being part of the COPE team. She started with VTA in February of 2022, working in the VTA vault room before being promoted to her current position. Betty is deeply missed by her colleagues and friends. I want to offer our deepest condolences to the families, friends, and colleagues of Sylvia and Betty, whose impact will continue to be felt here at VTA and who will be missed. At this time in their memory, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. We'll now continue orders of the day. Are there any changes requested from any board members? Not seeing any. Are there any changes from staff?
Mr. Chair, staff would like to defer for the closed session items 9.1A and B until next month, please.
Thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the orders of the day with the amendment just made by Greg Richardson to defer the two closed session items?
So moved.
I'll second.
Arenas with the motion, and I'm sorry, who was the second? Turner, thank you. Roll call, please. Oh, we can do a voice vote for this one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 2, awards and commendation. And we're going to take 2.1 and 2.2 together, so I will introduce both of these. Tonight, we're recognizing the employees of the quarter for the first quarter of 2025 and retirees with more than 25 years of service. Theodora, do we have any public comment for items 2.1 and 2.2?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Great, thank you. At this time, to introduce our honorees, I'd like to invite Sonia Morrison, our Chief People Officer.
Good evening, Board Chair and Board members. My name is Sonia Morrison, Chief People Officer for VTA, and it's my distinct honor and pleasure to present our employees and supervisor of the quarter for 2025, our first quarter. So first up, we have Elizabeth Orozco as she makes her way down. Elizabeth is a timekeeping technician, and she's the Administration Award winner for the first quarter. Elizabeth started her career at VTA in 2022 and has quickly made herself an essential member of the Light Rail Guadalupe office support team. She was nominated by several of her peers who note that she is a strong communicator who is detailed, responsive, and excels at her role as timekeeper. Her colleagues and peers note that she has excellent customer service skills, a robust knowledge of timekeeping policies, and a willingness to go above and beyond to support her peers. In addition to her hard-working professionalism, she is also noted to be kind, welcoming, and a role model to all. Congratulations, Elizabeth, our administration employee of the first quarter 2025. Josie Arroyo Tovar, bus operator out of the Saroni division. There she is our Operations Award winner for the first quarter. Josie has been a stellar employee at VTA since 2017, when she started as a bus operator trainee and has been with us ever since. Her peers note that her infectious positivity brightens up every Saroni day, and she is a known leader amongst her peers. She led efforts to revamp the Saroni Drivers Committee and engages her colleagues by organizing morale-boosting events. Josie received several nominations that noted her extensive community-building efforts and her genuine care about her colleagues' well-being. Congratulations, Josie, Operations Employee of the first quarter of 2025. Jose Cordero, Senior Signal Maintainer in Way, Power, and Signals. Is our Maintenance Award winner for the first quarter. Jose has been an exceptional VTA employee since starting in 2016 as a signal maintainer. Jose is known amongst his colleagues as a savvy technician and a role model leader. He received several nominations, which noted that he has led several initiatives to improve processes in signal maintenance and has even managed the difficult challenge of coordinating several vendors during the rail rehabilitation project. His colleagues and peers share that Jose is an exceptional and irreplaceable team member and a leader. Congratulations, Jose, Maintenance Employee, the first quarter of 2025. Randeep Sangha, Transportation Superintendent. Transportation Superintendent in the Service Management Department is the Supervisor Award winner for the first quarter. Randeep began his career at VTA in 2006 as an operator trainee, working his way up from bus operator to light rail operator before transitioning to supervision in 2012. Randeep was nominated by numerous colleagues, and a common theme was that he is a well-respected leader and a mentor who cares deeply for his peers and colleagues. Several colleagues noted that despite his heavy involvement in VTA committees and meetings, he always makes time to provide trainings, resources, and mentorship to his employees. Congratulations, Randeep, our supervisor of the first quarter. It is also my pleasure to present our retirement commendations. And tonight we have with us Meta Smith, who has celebrated 28 years. Meta has consistently demonstrated, she's a maintenance superintendent. She has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership and expertise in managing both the Saroni Maintenance Yard and the VTA North Division. Her positive outlook and proactive approach to challenges have enabled her to find effective solutions, ensuring smooth operations in high-pressure environments. Meta's in-depth knowledge of VTA maintenance policies and procedures has made her a vital resource for her team and peers. Her dedication to maintaining high professional standards and fostering a collaborative work environment has earned her the respect and admiration of colleagues and supervisors. Meta's contributions are greatly appreciated and have made a significant impact on the organization's success. She provided 28 years of distinguished service and was a great asset to VTA. Congratulations, Meta. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So next, item 2.4 is a resolution of appreciation for Assemblymember Evan Lowe. Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to take public comment on this item. Do we have any requests to speak?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Thank you. Closing public comment. Can I have a motion and a second for this item?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. And Assemblymember Lowe is unable to join us, but with us is his former staff, Victoria Lowe, who will receive the resolution on his behalf.
All right, and I will go ahead and begin reading some highlights of the resolution while we get photos here. So this is out of the resolution that's being presented to Assemblymember Lowe. Whereas Assemblymember Evan Lowe served with great distinction in the California State Assembly from 2014 through 2024, representing the 28th District and later the 26th District beginning in 2022. And whereas Assemblymember Lowe consistently championed transportation and transit investments for Santa Clara County, including his 2017 votes in support of Senate Bill 1, which established ongoing revenues to address critical transportation needs in California, and Senate Bill 595, which authorized Regional Measure 3 to fund transformative projects such as BART to Silicon Valley Phase 2, Diridon Station, and the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector Project. And whereas Assemblymember Lowe is to be commended for his efforts to prioritize the safety of VTA employees and transit riders, particularly in the wake of the tragic mass shooting at the Guadalupe Yard on May 26, 2021. And whereas to that end, Assemblymember Evan Lowe authored Assembly Bill 1735 in 2023, which authorized VTA to issue prohibition orders barring individuals who have committed crimes against employees and riders from entering VTA transit vehicles and facilities. And therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority does hereby give special tribute, due honor, and recognition to Assemblymember Evan Lowe for his remarkable service, his advocacy for transportation investments. Adopted by the VTA Board of Directors this 9th day of January 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Chair? Yeah, may be recognized to add to the comments just now. I just want to say that my personal appreciation for Assemblymember Lowe's years of service in Sacramento. In this decade representing our county in the Assembly, he has been a steadfast champion for public transit and for VTA. Nothing exemplifies its dedication to VTA more than its authorship of AB 1735, which gave VTA new ways to ensure the safety for both passengers and transit workers. This was a serious issue coming out of the pandemic, and when we saw a disturbing increase in assaults against our VTA operators. Assemblymember Lowe acted quickly to keep our operators safe and made it clear that violence has no place in our county's public transit systems. And this is just one of many examples. His advocacy on behalf of VTA, several of which are highlighted in the resolution that's been read, and I won't repeat them. Instead, let me just finish saying that our county, VTA, and Sacramento will miss Assemblymember Lowe's diligent work and strong advocacy in the state legislature. But we are a stronger county and a better transit agency because of his 10 years of service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And why don't we reopen public comment? It looks like we have a commenter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Victoria Lowe. I'm not related to Assemblymember Evan Lowe by blood, but by employment for 5 years. So thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to speak to you all and accept this award on behalf of Assemblymember Evan Lowe and honoring his 10 years of service. I'm also Assemblymember Patrick Aaron's district director, and we look forward to continuing the important work on that the VTA board has set forth, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you all moving forward. Thank you so much. Thank you again for this great honor.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your continued service, and also looking forward to working with Assemblymember Aarons. So next, closing public comment. Next on our agenda is item number 3, public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Those who'd like to address the board for matters not on the agenda, please either submit your speaker cards or raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Speakers will have 1 minute to speak. We have a few speaker cards. First, let's go to James Whiteman.
Chair, while James is trying to get onto the podium, I do want to note for the record that alternate member Montano and alternate member Bozo are present. Thank you.
Where should I go? Right here, right here. This is James Whiteman. Yes, I was at the Lick Mill light rail station, and that station is really damaged. There was knives cut in the middle of it. And also, what are you going to name the Great America Light Rail Station after the amusement park closes? Because I heard in a couple more years that amusement park might close. So what are you going to name the station? Are you guys going to rename it or not? Yeah, there's a lot of damage on that Lick Mill light rail platform going to Mountain View and going to the train going to the Green Line going to Winchester. There's a lot of damage on that light rail station. Somebody might have pulled a knife in there or something to one of the ticket vending machines.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have commenter Rob Means, and after that, we'll have Maria Calderon.
Good evening. $5 billion expected from the federal government? Probably no longer. I figure you guys have got 3 different possibilities. You can find the $5 billion from someplace else. Pretty unlikely given the low return on investment that this $12 billion 4-station system is going to be. You can delay it 4, 8, 12, or more years until there's a more favorable administration in place, or you can let go of this BART extension phase 2 and all the problems that it's been generating and start looking for an alternative solution to a problem that we do need to solve, which is connecting the BART Berryessa station with the Diridon Caltrain station. I urge you to start thinking about those opportunities and possibilities now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Maria. And after that, will be followed by Jay West.
Good evening. My name is Maria Calderon, and I'm here to say Happy New Year and also to present myself to representing to Westwood Prosecute because I be there for 2 years and 1 month, and I getting services for VTA access, and I would you like continue to pushing to get better service instead of to giving like a tour every single time when I take it. Sometimes you get late to the appointments and she doesn't drive me directly. I understand it's a public transportation, but I think they have to make like an exemption instead of to pick me up to San Jose and take me to Mountain View and after that to come back to the same place and to drop me the last. So I think that is, I wish is to get better that transportation instead of to be tour. That's what it looks like for me. And I'm so sorry, and thank you so much, and Happy New Year.
Thanks so much for being here, Maria. And I'm going to ask Scott Haywood if you could follow up, please, and get the information in order to be able to follow up with Maria. Thank you so much for coming. And next up, we'll have Jay West.
Okay. I can go? Start?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Well, my name is Jay West, and I have been using the Santa Clara County Law Library to fight a housing eviction. I have been in this lawsuit for a while now, and I have encountered a number of problems because at 2nd and Bassett, there is a bus stop for I think it's the 73 and the 72. And the bus operators get off the bus and they use the parking lot. They are a nuisance in terms of the fact that they're careless. They don't pay attention to cars coming in and coming out. And I have personally been threatened with physical violence by bus operators. I have reported this to customer service. I have escalated this several times. And now I have a lawsuit going on. I have not gotten any resolution at all. The attorneys for VTA have escalated the situation by demanding all these documents from me, and they're not talking about settlement. And the problem is that this has gone on from 2021 up until now. It has not been resolved.
Thank you. I'll ask you to wrap up your comment,
So I'd
please.
like some additional assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, would you also be able to follow up, please, and connect with our commenter? Thank you so much. We'll have someone come up. And do we have any commenters online?
Yes, Chair. Barney, followed by Jordan. Barney, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a licensed professional engineer for the record. Why has VTA canceled next week's BSV2 Project Oversight Committee meeting? A year ago, BSV2 Project Manager McGuire promised an apples-to-apples comparison between the current single-bore design and the existing twin-bore design. This has not happened. 6 months ago, another BSV2 meeting was promptly canceled. Before VTA could remove the meeting packet, we were able to review the comparison parameters. It was clear that the parameters were skewed to make twin-bore look as expensive as possible and single-bore to look less expensive. 3 months ago, Mr. McGuire stated that the twin-bore versus single-bore comparison would not change the design. Then the project insisted on hiring Gell Zeidner to produce this comparison. Why is VTA and BSV2 project continuing to hide and obscure that the twin-bore is safer, cheaper to operate and maintain, and will be faster and cheaper to build than the current project?
Thank you. Jordan, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. Jordan Moldow, City of San Jose. I wanted to talk about MTC's Plan Bay Area 2050 Plus. There's a blueprint document that's going to be approved by MTC tomorrow and the next 2 weeks in various committees. I took a look at the projects that made it onto the list from Santa Clara County. There's approximately 41 projects in the list, and of those, 33 of those 41 projects are various highway projects, highway widening, roadway widenings. There's very few projects in that list that are actual transit projects or complete streets projects that don't involve widening roadways or other capacity increases. This kind of investment in highways is going to be horrible for our climate. We really need real transit solutions so that people have realistic alternatives to driving. And I hope that VTA will ask for more transit projects to be included for Santa Clara. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thank you. We have one more in person.
Hello. Hi. I'm speaking on behalf of VTA Access. It's ridiculous how long you have to sit and wait after dialysis. I'm a dialysis patient, and I go Monday, Thursday, and Friday. The amount of time that we have to wait on a ride that's supposed to be there hours before is ridiculous. And not only that, like, they're not clean. They use the same gloves to touch everything. And I don't know if you guys know, but there's still a virus going around. And it's ridiculous. And so what I did is I went out to Amazon and ordered all these hand sanitizers, masks, and gloves. I guess I have to go. But like, I have so many
I'm
other
sorry.
stories.
Thank you for your comment. I'll ask Rachel Taguda, who is here to speak with you, please, and follow up on your comment. Thank you so much for being here. Great. Thanks so much, Rachel. So with that, we'll close public comment, and we'll move on to item 4. There are no public hearings today, so that brings us to item 5, reports. And there's no report for 5.1A or 5.1B, and the reports for items 5.1C through 5.1E are in the packet. Next up is 5.2, the general manager's report.
Okay, good evening. Sorry I was slightly late. This year has started off very, very, very busy. I do want to report on a couple things before I get to the slides. This week, at the beginning of the week, myself, as well as Sarah Wilson, who's the Director of Construction Management for the BART project, and Ronak Nayak, who also came with me to New York to go to the George Fox Tunneling Conference, but what we did was an industry outreach. And I also want to thank Nasri Munhaf, who actually helped us a lot as well, meet up with the contractors, and we held an event the morning after the conference at 7:30 in the morning before everybody went out for their meetings, and had coffee and bagels for them, and got to meet quite a few from the contracting industry to be able to discuss the project, the various packages, what's going on with the project. So in a very one-on-one setting, and we also gave them information to be able to set up one-on-one meetings with us as well. And then Sarah continued to meet with people the following evening or last night at the dinner. I came back here to be here at the board meeting. So we will also do some more additional outreach at a dinner and an event that's next week. And I hate to say it's the Moles dinner that's last night. And the Moles are a group of people who are very involved in tunneling. And then next week is the Beavers dinner, which Tom McGuire will be going to, and he's which is very involved in construction, other types of construction, not just underground. So those are the names, and it's you may laugh, but it's actually a black tie affair. It's very, very nice. And everybody's there, all the engineering and all the contractors, the major contractors, but it's an excellent outreach. So we were able to start a lot of the industry outreach for the project for additional packages and also to let them know what's going on in terms of the tunneling contract. The other area that I want to let you know is I just came back from meeting with the State Bay Area Caucus, our Assembly and State members this afternoon. They asked myself, Bart, Michelle Bouchard from Caltrain, as well as Julie Kirschbaum, who's the acting director of Muni, to speak on our transit agencies, the state of our agencies, and how we're doing. And it was a great opportunity to be able to talk about the needs from the state in California for transit funding. And if you don't know, California falls way behind in support of transit agencies for operations funding compared to most other states in the country. It might not seem that way, but it is substantial. So there was some of the conversations that we had today. So it was very good. I apologize, it was up in Sausalito and it took like 2 hours to get back down here. So I appreciate the time. So that's good news that we're having as much public relations out there in terms of our projects and our agencies so that people can understand what we're going on. And primarily I focused on the visionary network and our ability to have more operating funds so that we're not continuing to run 2001 service levels year after year and not being able to grow with the population in our county. So I'll go on to my report now. So first of all, I want to wish everybody Happy New Year. And I want to talk a little bit about the Equity and Infrastructure Project. VTA will host that event on Monday, January 13th at 11 a.m. at the Milpitas Transit Center BART station in Santa Clara County. And that project, which we call EIP, is a national initiative to encourage transit agencies across the country to create more opportunities for historically underutilized businesses in public infrastructure contracting, ensuring they can compete fairly in the contracting process. The initiative was created by the Denver International Airport Director, Phil Washington, and former Deputy Secretary of Transportation, John Pocari. They were on the transition team for Biden, but they helped really lead a lot of the work on transportation in the infrastructure bill. 12 agencies or organizations are confirmed to attend the signing on January 13th. That include BART, Caltrain, the MTC, AC Transit, San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, and many more agencies. I think the Port of Oakland will be there as well, all signing on to this pledge. And Sergio Lopez will be there our chair will be there to represent VTA. Next, and tonight I think you have that on your agenda to actually adopt the pledge so that we can sign it on the 13th. Transit Development Program is what I want to just give you a very brief update on this. We're also going to host a press conference on January 30th to celebrate a major milestone for our TOD program. That's the signing of the lease option agreement with the Charities Housing for the development of 45 affordable for-sale townhomes. So each townhome will have 3 to 4 bedrooms, a private garage, and the site will have a children's play area and community barbecue area. And the project has received grant financing from the Destination Homes and a commitment for funding from the county's Office of Supported Housing. And the lease option agreement is the first step of a 3 to 4 year development process, and VTA will work closely with Charities in the coming years to get all the approvals and construction plans ready to break ground in 2027 or 2028. So this really groundbreaking project makes VTA's first pilot effort to offer affordable home ownership on ground leased land. We have previously sold the land, but on ground leased land, paving the way for future innovation on our affordable housing solutions. So I'm very happy to announce that. Also in your packet is the preliminary ridership, safety and security information, and there is, we do leave you just a VTA updates that you can read while you're at your seat. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So if there's no questions, I'll now take public comment for item 5.2. Do we have any comments?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. That takes us to item 5.3, and I'm waiving my chairperson's report, so we'll move on. We also deferred item 5.3.a. That brings us to the consent agenda, which are items 6.1 through 6.6. At this time, I'd like to invite members of the public who would like to address the board on an item on consent, which will are routine matters which will be taken as a single motion. Do we have any public commenters in person or online?
There are no hands raised online, Chair.
Oh,
Or in person.
thank you. And are there any colleagues who wish to speak to pull an item off consent or add an item to the consent agenda? No. If not, any abstentions or recusals? And before I open public comment for this item, I would really like to recognize the appointees for the Transit Security Advisory Committee who are with us tonight. And if you're here in the audience with us, I invite you to stand up as we read your name. First is Rajvinder Raj Singh, who will represent ATU Local 265. Bhupinder Larry Bajwa, representative for AFSCME. Jeff Taylor, who's the law enforcement representative. Rosemary Greenlaw, an at-large representative. Ivana Liu, youth advocate representative. Kathy Ford, mental health professional representative. Serge Lilavoy, community-based organization. Please, a round of applause for our new TSAC members. Thank you all so much for being here tonight, but for your service on the TSAC board. This is really crucial body that is going to make some key recommendations to improve the safety and security of our operations. And we can't do this work without you. I also want to apologize that we were not able to meet regularly for G&A last year when we would have approved the item and we didn't have a G&A meeting. So I appreciate your flexibility and your willingness to serve on this important committee. So with that said, I'll now open, well, we already took public comment for items on consent, right? So we'll move on. And with that, may I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Lee and second by Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And with that, we're now on to the regular agenda, item 7.1 through 7.5. Item 7.1 is to adopt the zero emission bus blueprint. And presenting this item is Adam Berger, Innovative Mobility and Zero Emission Bus Program Manager.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Adam Berger, Innovative Mobility, Zero Emission Bus Program Manager, and I'm joined by
Deborah DeGang, Chief of Planning.
and I'm really pleased to bring this presentation on our Zero Emission Bus Blueprint to you. This is the product of a year-long collaboration between our planning, operations, and engineering divisions to develop a implementation plan for our complete zero-emission bus transition. Just some background on this before we get started. We are under a state regulation that requires us to transition fully to a zero-emission fleet by 2040 and encourages us to only buy zero-emission buses after 2028. And this is an objectively good thing to do, but the rollout of zero-emission buses has been not as good as was envisioned in 2018. The cost of these buses are high, the reliability is not where we need it to be, the operating costs are high, and the funding that's been made available by government agencies is not at a level that we need. And so it makes sense to move carefully and cautiously here with our transition and be confident in each step that we take forward that we're doing things in toward the good of the agency. So we'll go to the next slide. Some background on how we got here. We started this work in late 2023. We hired Jacobs Consulting Firm to assist us with their experts in battery technology and hydrogen fuel cell technology and zero-emission bus operations. The first task was really understanding the state of these technologies. We did an assessment of how they would apply to our service model. Over 60 different scenarios were analyzed to understand those impacts. We also did a wells to wheels analysis that looked at the environmental impacts of operating these buses as well as their production. We also produced high-level cost estimates, and those were presented to the board at the February 2024 board workshop in a series of scenarios. And those came along with a staff recommendation that VTA's future fleet of zero-emission buses be mixed, about 70% hydrogen fuel cell buses, which were suitable for VTA's longer route assignments, and 30% battery electric buses suitable for VTA's shorter assignments. We also recommended a contingency plan that if at some point in the future, if VTA needs to replace aging buses, and for a reason of technology issue or funding lack of availability or infrastructure not being online, it didn't make sense to make a zero-emission bus the next step, that we would have the option to continue purchasing hybrid diesel buses. It's not Plan A, but it would be in our back pocket if we need it. The board received that well, and we started on the implementation plan, developing project lists, depot layouts, prioritization of projects, guidance on our energy strategy, and some detailed cost estimates. And all of that together is what is in this plan. It is a huge step forward for our zero-emission program, gives us a much firmer foundation upon which to grow, and I really hope that you will adopt it tonight. Next slide. So just some highlights of the plan. This is our full from now to 2040 transition graphic. These are some major projects at our Cerrone, North, and Shibuya depots and how they align with future bus purchases. We know this is going to be a difficult transition and some changes will probably be made along the way, but this is the plan as we see it now. Next. We also have many, many projects that we can pursue funding for. This is a partial selection of them, and this is really great for going after grant funding. When a funding opportunity comes out, it's likely we'll have something that qualifies, and we can go after it and write a competitive grant application. Next slide. I also want to show off some depot layouts that we've done. This is an overhead shot of our Shibuya depot. Next slide. In our first transition phase, which you see in blue there, we'll be adding 55 new battery electric buses and chargers to go along with that, as well as facility upgrades at our Building B training and Building C maintenance facilities. Next slide. In phase 2, which is shown here in the purple, we'll add more buses and more chargers and more facility upgrades. And then phase 3, next slide, we will bring in hydrogen, installing some safety upgrades in our buildings and adding a new hydrogen fueling station. And we've done this for all 3 of our depots, and these are really important. They show us that we can build near-term projects that will not interfere with long-term projects. It shows that we can maintain good operation within our depots while we're simultaneously doing multiple technologies, including diesel. And it also shows that we can fit all of this in the footprint of our existing depots. We don't have to buy new land for bus storage or infrastructure like some other agencies will have to do. Next slide. And I'm going to show you now 2 slides, one that'll make you happy and one that'll make you worried. So this is the happy slide. There are a lot of things to celebrate in this plan. We're aiming to meet the 2040 goal. This is in alignment with the Air Resources Board. It keeps us in their good graces. Also gives us a target to aim for. This aligns with the emission reduction targets that VTA's board has already adopted in the 2020 Sustainability Plan and again in our 2024 Climate Adaptation and Action Plan. Changing our fleet from diesel to zero emission is the single greatest change we can make to reduce emissions at this agency. We have a strong implementation plan that gives guidance to our operations and engineering teams to proceed with our transition, and we are positioning ourselves more strongly to win grant funding. We have a strong plan here that demonstrates how every little bit that we want to do aligns with every other little bit. And as the guy who writes the grant applications, this makes me very happy that we can point to a plan like this to make a case to receive that funding. I really like our energy strategy. We are signaling to PG&E in advance what our capacity upgrade needs are going to be. Hopefully they will not be surprised by this when we come knocking in a few years. And we're also building resiliency into our operations. By using electricity and hydrogen to power our fleet, we'll be able to roll out service if any of those supplies are disrupted, and it's especially important in our disaster response, where our buses can be used for emergency transportation, shelter, heating, and cooling. The last thing to brag about here is that we embrace a flexible approach in this plan. We know that things are going to change in the next few years in the zero emission space. There will be changes to cost, changes to technology. We'll see new players enter and exit the market. We will learn a lot from our own operating experience, and we'll also learn from other agencies as they proceed in their transition. And we'll simply be a lot smarter in a few years than we are now, and we should be able to adjust this plan. So we're treating it like a living document that we may revisit from time to time as we get closer to completing our transition. Next slide. All right, here's the worrying slide. There are a lot of challenges here. The first ones are financial. The cost of these buses are substantially higher than the diesel buses we operate today. We'd be going from around an $800,000 diesel bus to a $1.4 million to $1.6 million zero emission bus. And the operating costs are higher on these, as well as the infrastructure cost. Some of those costs for infrastructure will be over $10 million per installation. On the other side, funding is a challenge. This is an unfunded mandate from the Air Resources Board, and the state and federal grant funds that are out there for this are inadequate to meet the need. A recent MTC analysis found that about $8 billion will be needed to pay for the Bay Area's collective zero-emission bus transition, but that only $2 billion or so is likely to be available over the next 15 years. We're also concerned about reliability. While some agencies that are doing pilot programs are having successes, many others are struggling with downtime for buses greater than 50%. That was our experience while operating a 10-bus Proterra fleet in recent years. And while you can absorb that sort of impact at a pilot scale, it really doesn't work at a larger scale, where you can really start to impede your ability to provide daily service if reliability doesn't improve. We're worried that PG&E may not be able to give us the electrical capacity upgrades that we need. We've seen this happen with other agencies where they've had to pivot to different technologies like hydrogen or build new facilities on their properties to turn natural gas into electricity to power their fleet. We may have to adjust there. We're also worried about the hydrogen supply. Right now, the price of hydrogen is skyrocketing because demand is increasing, but the supply isn't able to keep up with it. Some agencies that signed contracts a few years ago for hydrogen at $12 a kilogram, which would be about 4 times the cost of diesel, are now being offered renewals of their contracts from $25 to $60 a kilogram. Those prices and that volatility really doesn't work for large-scale implementation. And the last concern is contraction in the bus manufacturing industry. 10 years ago, there were about 10 different manufacturers that could make a bus that would meet VTA's need and deliver the quantity that we need for our orders. Now, that's probably closer to 2, with about 2 more trying to enter that space. This means less competition for price, it means less innovation in the space, and it's also worrying because buying a bus isn't just getting a vehicle. It's establishing a relationship with the manufacturer for technical support, warranty support, replacement parts over the lifetime of the bus. And if we can't be confident that manufacturer will be there in the later years of that bus's life, that's very worrying. Next slide. So these concerns have not gone unnoticed by transit agencies, and there's a collective effort to try to address these through some legislative means, lobbying, seeing what we can change. At the VTA level, our government affairs department is on top of this. We're also participating in a regional group of Bay Area transit operators that will try to collectively argue for changes, and we're participating in a California Transit Association statewide effort that has the same goals. So we will keep working on these things, trying to address the funding challenges, the CARB regulation not turning out the way that we had all hoped, PG&E challenges, and the hydrogen supply. That's a whole lot of information in a short amount of time. I'll pause here, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Are there any, let's open, do we want to open public comment first? Any commenters? Here in the chamber, we have Harry Neal.
Good evening, board members. My name is Harry Neal. Welcome to our new board members. Wonderful to have you all. I am very concerned about the zero-emission bus transition plan because, and I'm sorry, because I know you've put a lot of work into it, but hydrogen specifically is really, I think, a dead-end technology at this point. With the Trump administration coming into office, it is very likely that they're going to kill any Biden programs for hydrogen, and I don't think that California is going to be its own little island of hydrogen paradise. Costs right now are ridiculous, and I genuinely do not see a future where they come down to anything close to diesel costs. Batteries are getting better, and they are somewhat proven. There are challenges with them, but they're realistic challenges. I think that we should really be committing more to batteries and cautiously to hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any commenters online?
Yes, Chair. Parent Tao and Jordan. Parent Tao, you may begin speaking when ready. Please accept the unmute. You have unmuted. Please go ahead. Okay, I'm going to move on to Jordan and come back to Parent Tao. Jordan, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Jordan Mulder from the city of San Jose. Thanks for the report and the presentation. Like Harry, I also have concerns about the hydrogen mix. More from a climate standpoint, hydrogen is zero emission at the tailpipe, but it's definitely far from zero emission in generating the hydrogen. Right now, generating hydrogen is a very dirty and energy intensive process. So it might seem clean at the tailpipe, but overall, it's not necessarily great. I know that there's engineers working on improving the process, but that's far from a guarantee. Ultimately, VTA is going to be able to improve climate change more by getting more people into buses rather than what particular technology that the buses are using. So I definitely support transition to battery technology, but if that's not possible, I do think that hybrid is a good approach, and I am definitely supportive of any lobbying efforts on the California level to delay some of the hydrogen.
I'm going to go back to Parent Tao. You may begin speaking.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Very good, thank you. I've been involved with the hydrogen area since 2016, advocate, and I have a website called No Carbon Fuel for clean hydrogen. I think that the staff has done an outstanding job on putting together this hybrid plan. Very comprehensive, great work. I agree with and support the blended approach, provides for flexibility, resiliency, and in the event of a power outage, look at LA with PG&E, it has resiliency for continuing to do the necessary work. I suggest also looking at turquoise hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas, but without any emissions and at a much lower cost than through electrolysis. So there's an opportunity here to use a much less expensive source of hydrogen, and I encourage you to look at that. Board member Linda Sell has a...
Thank you, and that concludes public comment online, Chair.
Thank you. Now turning to questions from colleagues. Do we have any questions? And I'll start over here and then go down. Director Turner.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Great job. I've got some questions here. Again, being fairly new to this, I do, as I read through the report, have a number of questions I want to run past you, and I have got some concerns as well. I think just what you went through, it is alarming. CARB recognizes that zero-emission fleet transition will bear new costs and will present new challenges to transit operators that may impact their financial health or ability to deliver transit service. As a result, they're going to allow us to request annual exemptions on an annual basis. How long do we believe it will take us to secure appropriate funding, which is the hundreds of millions of dollars just for VTA? You mentioned billions for the 9 agencies. I think it's 800 million for VTA. How long do we expect it will take us to get that kind of funding, if at all?
This is the question that all transit operators are struggling with. There's been this very large cost burden placed on them that they need to come up with a solution for. In our case, our total transition cost to replace our fleet once and to put in the infrastructure would be about $800 million. If we continue operating our hybrid diesel buses, we would cover $400 million of that. So our gap is about $400 million over the next 15 years. I'm hoping that a combination of a few things would get us there, although none of this is guaranteed. We have federal formula funding that can help us, that can go toward bus and bus facilities, but it can also go to other agency needs. So consideration of how to spend that money should come up in budgetary processes for the next 15 years. We also can go after grants. There's federal grants and state grants. I'm hoping those can be a piece of the puzzle. We may also have to just change some priorities at VTA, and then also these gaps can change if costs come down or other funding opportunities come up. So I'm optimistic that the future will make this a little bit easier, but if things continue as they are now, we're still looking for hundreds of millions of dollars without a great plan.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know that the report, as I read through it, does not share your optimism. And I get it. Again, this has been a long, and you guys have done great work on this. And I know that a lot of this is being forced upon us by the state. It's not something that really the staff is saying, we've got to go, we have to go this direction, but I mean, this is being forced upon us. We've got to comply. So my questions, though, are around, how we're going to deal with this. How many yearly exemptions will CARB allow us before they say, hey, no more?
There's no limit in the regulation, and CARB staff has been very clear that they do not want to see agencies take on financial harm or make service cuts so that they can pay for this. There's a fear that actually doing that would result in more people driving because they're now not able to take transit, and that'll lead to an increase in overall emissions, so negative progress toward the goal. At a staff level, they're being very bold and saying, apply for exemptions as you need them. The piece that worries me is that this regulation that's on transit agencies is just one piece of a family of regulations. They're also regulating what kinds of vehicle components can be manufactured and sold in California, and at some point, those are going to make zero emission options be the only options, and we may have to go that direction unless there's a change to the regulation.
And if I can add to that, that is one reason why we see this zero emission blueprint, bus blueprint being so important, is that if, probably when we need to ask for some level of exemption, we'll be able to show a concerted effort to meet the requirements. And so it won't just look like that we're asking for an exemption because we didn't get around to it.
Right. Yeah, I'm still concerned, though, with the fact that Carolyn, you mentioned the state of California hasn't done well to get money for transit, so grants and exemptions may not come as easily. What's our plan to pay for the infrastructure costs should we not receive state or federal assistance?
That's when we get creative. We think about what our agency priorities are with the discretionary funds that we have, and that's something for Greg over there to worry more about than me.
Greg, get up there.
I do want to say that one of the biggest issues is having that infrastructure cost up front, and when Adam mentions it's competitive, it's very competitive, and particularly in California, and only so much money from the federal government comes to California. So it's very competitive trying to get the major fund source for this, which is the federal no-low bus grant program, and it's bus and bus facilities. So I think that's the struggle that we have. I think the discussion we've had at the previous board meeting has been really what Adam mentioned, which is when we need to replace our buses and we know we will not have the infrastructure, the board is going to have to make a decision about whether we go with a zero-emission technology or whether we need to stick with diesel hybrid because we can't get the infrastructure that's needed, and that's when the exemption comes into play. But we've let the board know that that's the path that we may need to take. So far, there hasn't been an agency in California that's put forward an exemption yet because there's not really a deadline that's foreseeable, but I think within the next year or two you will see that because buses' useful life is about every 12 years, and you're getting close to that 2040 deadline, and so you're going to start to see where we're having replacements of fleets where they're going to say we're not going to be able to do it like we did with the round of diesel hybrid buses that we just got in.
Got it. Okay, thank you. What's the monthly cost for charging an electric bus, and how does that compare to the current cost of diesel?
We don't have a VTA specific number as we are not operating any electric buses right now, but from other agencies, it's about comparable with diesel.
And what's the cost for hydrogen fuel for one bus compared to diesel?
At $12 a kilogram, which may
yeah,
be in
those
the
numbers,
rear view mirror, that was 4 times, so 4 would be a good scenario.
The blueprint indicates that VTA tested 3 hydrogen fuel cell buses and found that they were limited durability of parts, high operating costs, and limited travel ranges, and considerable loss of hydrogen to the atmosphere, and that the technology was not ready for wider application. Yet, we plan to convert 70%, 300 of our 430 buses to hydrogen. Can you say with certainty that the technology has really improved that much that we could convert 300 buses to hydrogen? In other words, the durability factor will not be a problem of these parts. High operating costs are now much lower. Travel ranges have improved greatly, and there is no loss of hydrogen to the atmosphere.
We can do much better than what we experimented with in the mid-2000s, and we just need to look over to AC Transit to see an example of this working. They are probably nationally the most advanced hydrogen program. They have large-scale pumping facilities that fill buses quickly. The durability of parts has come an incredible way since our 2000-era pilot. These buses regularly get 300-mile ranges, and they can be filled in a few minutes. The new cryogenic pumping technology that we're seeing more of reduces the opportunity for hydrogen to be lost into the atmosphere. Foothill Transit, which also operates a similar system in the Inland Empire area of Southern California, reports a 1% to 2% loss. So we've made really big strides in that space. It would be night and day to compare the 2000 results to now.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know that gray hydrogen is something that is considered as far as how we get that hydrogen. Is that correct? That's 100%, if I'm not mistaken, 100% from natural gas. It's a derivative of natural gas.
Right. Gray hydrogen is a class that describes hydrogen that comes from either refining coal or performing natural gas. In California, nearly 100% of the supply of hydrogen is gray hydrogen, and it comes from natural gas.
And with the future California ban on natural gas, what does that do to us?
We are hoping that new programs like the ARCHES program will build green hydrogen facilities that can provide a sufficient quantity of green hydrogen at a reasonable price, and that can be an option for us in the future. Those facilities are still a few years from coming online.
And the green technology for that is majorly, I mean, it's not much of it's available now, and it's very, very expensive, am I right?
That's correct, but I think that's because production is so small. We're hoping that the incredible demand in this space, particularly for green hydrogen, will bring those, create a new market that we can get into.
Okay. PG&E. I live in Morgan Hill. We have had nothing but problems as far as reliability and uninterrupted service. I mean, it is a mess. So with California, state of California pushing more electrification on everything that we own, as well as transit, PG&E is going to have a difficult time. How are we going to manage that if there's just a complete failure on PG&E's part?
The good news is that we've already secured our capacity expansion for our Saroni yard. So that's one of the big ones that we need. We're currently in talks with them about our Shibuya charging project and the needs that we're going to have there. And their current information, the maps that they have, suggest they will have capacity for us. We won't know until we officially ask in a few years, but it's looking good. So I'm hopeful that we won't run into the same issues that other agencies have had, but there's no guarantee here. There are some programs that have been offered, like EV Fleet in the past, that give transit agencies a little bit of priority, and we've seen similar programs be applied in Southern California with Southern California Edison through high pressure from the city of Los Angeles. We're hopeful like something like that could be a model to put VTA more toward the front of the line because we provide a public service when it comes to satisfying customer requests.
If we approve this plan, I mean, it sounds like we need to approve the plan tonight.
I'm hopeful you will.
Yeah, yep. But here's the things that I'm really concerned about, and just summarize it here. VTA staff has serious concerns. They're not even optimistic. The report says they have serious concerns about going forward. Reliability of parts and buses is in the toilet. Costs are through the roof. Cutting transit service is a consideration. Jobs will be lost. More mechanics would be needed because if the parts aren't that much better, they're going to need more maintenance. The 10 buses purchased to test battery operation was a miserable failure. One bus caught on fire. That's 10% of that test market. Based on that history, we got to consider that 12 to 15 buses have the potential of catching on fire. Based on the report here, this is what we have to go by, is the report that we have before us. 12 to 15 of those buses could catch on fire. The public and our employees are at risk for loss of life or great bodily harm due to potential fire on buses. Hydrogen cell technology currently does not meet standards worthy of pursuing. Funding for this zero-emission effort is nearly non-existent. Manufacturing facilities for zero-emission buses are limited, and those that exist face cash flow problems. PG&E has limited ability to upgrade electrical capacity to depots. PG&E is struggling to provide uninterrupted service to businesses and residents throughout the region. It's hard to look at this and say, we've got to go forward with this.
I'll address two things quickly there. The fire on the bus, that was a Proterra bus. Proterra no longer exists. The manufacturers that do exist have a long history of designing much safer buses, and the cause of the fire was not specific to the battery technology. It was to a component on board the bus, is my understanding. So I wouldn't extrapolate from that one event what a future would be like for us. You also mentioned cuts to service. Now, that is something that some other transit agencies are grappling with. The discussion we had at the February board workshop said that we wanted to prioritize maintaining our current service quality over moving forward with transitioning our fleet. So VTA has sort of drawn a line there saying we're not going to move forward too quickly if it's going to cause negative effects to our service. You do point out that there are a lot of concerns, though, and my recommendation is that as funding allows, as we can get grant funding for this, as we can find other pieces of funding to move our transition forward, we do that, but we not overextend ourselves or take on anything that'll cause financial harm. We may not make the 2040 deadline as a result, but I think we'll be doing the best given our mission as a public transit operator.
If we don't make that deadline, will there be penalties for VTA?
There are no official penalties in the regulation. It is a goal. Unless it's amended. And I think CARB is very understanding about how they've created a difficult situation for transit agencies. And, you know, the staff is aware and feels our pain.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate your response. Thank you, Chair.
Director Cohen.
Oh, thank you. Let me first ask a question about maintenance. There's a lot of talk about maintenance issues. There are obviously benefits in maintenance on electric vehicles versus internal combustion engine vehicles. Can you talk a little bit about some of those differences and what the user experience in other places has shown?
So the theory is that electric engines are simpler, battery technology is simpler than internal combustion, there should be less wear and tear on the parts, therefore longer lifespans for parts, less intensive maintenance. One of the challenges we've seen from the early manufacturers is that parts durability, not specifically to the propulsion system, but to a lot of other components on the vehicle, has been poor. Batteries are very heavy. They sap the efficiency of the use of that energy. And so there's been a pressure to make the buses lighter. And in doing so, they've made them less durable. So a lot of the downtime that's been experienced has come at the expense of other elements of build quality, trying to make the bus lighter and more affordable. So that is a hurdle to get over. We're also seeing the buses get longer ranges by putting more batteries on board. That only exacerbates the weight issue and the wear and tear that happens on the bus. That is the area where I think we're really struggling with the maintenance costs.
Yeah, and I mean, I did see the other day right down the street from where I live, a Frito-Lay truck that was an electric truck that was hauling with electricity. Certainly there's improvements coming, and we know that things are changing rapidly. So it's important for us to get ahead of that and not delay because of current technical issues, I think.
Yeah, and I'll make one more comment of that is, as Adam mentioned, there are only 2 bus manufacturers currently in the U.S. The advantage, which is a huge disadvantage in many ways, the advantage is they are bus manufacturers that are now making battery electric buses versus prior manufacturers were newcomers to the field that thought making the bus was easy. And so I think that is an advantage, and I would expect to see reliability increase because they do understand what it takes to build an axle for a bus, what it takes to, drive over, public roads. So.
Right, so having a car manufacturer think they can do a bus easily is a problem, but having a bus manufacturer do it.
I was going to characterize it as a battery manufacturer.
Battery manufacturer think they can just build a bus.
Yeah.
Obviously, those of us who drive electric vehicles know that I've hardly done any maintenance in 7 years now. I mean, I think I've only gotten tires, basically. Right. So we hope that the rest of the technology, the rest of the manufacturing of the bus will catch up to the improvements in the engine. I want to just now talk about the grid a little bit. I know there's a lot of fear about the grid and what PG&E can deliver. Good news is that in San Jose, we're working really closely with PG&E now to try to make sure that PG&E is going to increase their robustness in North San Jose. But in addition, we're getting that new LS power line coming into North San Jose, right near the Cerrone yard. It's going to come right through Alviso. That will increase the redundancy and the availability of power in North San Jose. So I would certainly make sure that that VTA is having conversations about how we can tap into that line and make sure that we're connected more directly into that backbone that'll be coming into North San Jose. There may be an opportunity if San Jose, we haven't decided this yet, but if San Jose were to pursue municipal utility, which would allow us to connect certain customers in separate from PG&E near that grid line in North San Jose, VTA could be a potential customer for that if we move forward. So I think there are improvements coming, and given the need for electrification, I'm optimistic that those improvements will help us solve some of these issues. There are obviously other agencies that are driving electric buses. So are they beginning to get experience that's positive, or are they still having big issues?
We're seeing that the programs that started earliest, like those at AC Transit, have had the time to build up the in-house knowledge in these technologies such that they're best able to cope when something goes wrong. The agencies that are newer to it seem to be having greater struggles, and then there's also a correlation with the manufacturer. The Proterra buses have had a number of problems across a lot of agencies, and that's all the experience some agencies have. Others, manufacturers, are out there that I think are doing a little better.
I know when I was in Walnut Creek a couple years ago, they had actually built some charging locations on their streets with pads on their streets where the buses idle for short periods of time so they can charge while en route. So, I mean, some things for us to consider in the future as other potential ways to improve efficiency in the system. I know that it was working for them in Walnut Creek with some of their buses, so I was excited to see that. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Director Jane.
Thank you for the presentation. Of course, I'm a huge fan of decarbonization. The procurement of the buses, right now, we don't have federal funding for that. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is there really a Buy America mandate? And could we not be buying buses that are from European manufacturers or even Chinese manufacturers like BYD?
We use federal funding for our bus purchases. About 80% of our bus budget is federal funding, federal formula funding.
So the $800 million, most of that's going to be federal funding?
Well, we could cover about 400 million of that with our existing cost structure
Right.
related to hybrid diesel buses. I'm hopeful that federal funding can cover some part of that gap, but I'm not confident how much it would be able to cover.
We've used federal funding to cover for most of our fleet we replace the vehicles because it's a larger sum of money. It doesn't mean we couldn't do that. You'd have to find some kind of replacement. Put it this way, what comes into the Bay Area, which is to MTC and gets distributed by the formula funding, that money is actually ranked by what you need, and buses rank the highest. So for us to be able to pull down a large amount of money, it's usually for a fleet replacement. Buses usually, and then maybe some other major infrastructure projects.
Okay. It just wasn't clear where the money was coming from, but it's going to be federal mostly.
Most likely.
So I wanted to address the issue of fire on the buses. I believe the bus that caught on fire was actually having some maintenance done on it at the time as well. But that was lithium ion. And now, there's newer technologies, solid states coming that won't have fire issues, and lithium iron phosphate. So I think that maybe the fire issues might be less of a concern with some of the newer technologies. One of my main concerns is that, with two manufacturers, their battery modules might not be swappable or interchangeable. And so as newer technologies come that are lighter and give us more range, how will we be able to adopt bigger batteries as time goes on?
We don't have a lot of flexibility there as we get what the manufacturer provides. New Flyer has recently been into I believe it's NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt battery chemistry. They see that as superior for fire prevention and also for maximum recharges of the bus without losing capacity. But there are different battery designs, different blends of mixtures that change that fire risk, although they come at the effect of other, or at the expense of other properties of the battery.
And I would also mention that generally the life of the bus is 12 years, and we're required when we use federal funds to operate the bus for 12 years. But as battery technology advances, presumably we would use those for future bus purchases. And by the time we get to a full fleet, our earliest purchases will be ready to be replaced. So,
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. We'll go to Director Kamei next.
Thank you. I think that Director Turner covered a lot of what I, had in mind, and certainly my concerns, especially when it comes to the financial issues. But I do recognize that a blueprint is important. It is important to be able to demonstrate that we are doing everything possible. My question is, really thinking about, how is this issue being raised with the governor, and I know that we do the advocacy and all that kind of stuff, but is there any movement to pilot through giving us some relief? Or I'm just wondering if there are any solutions to this big financial issue that's coming down. We know that it's enormous, and we don't want to wait because the time goes by like nothing.
Right. That is a challenge. There has been a strong pushback on CARB by the transit operators. And for their part, CARB has indicated that it would be unlikely for them to change any of these regulations anytime soon. They fear a few things that would come with change. If they relax a regulation for one part of the industry, other industries will say, where is our relaxation as well? They're compelled to hold the line there. They're also fearful of being sued by environmental agencies who would see them backsliding on their environmental commitment that comes with these regulations. And the state would also have to renegotiate some high-level environmental issues with the EPA. They see all of that as being a big process that they'd like to avoid if they could help it. So the CARB strategy now seems to be give agencies cushion, allow them to request these exemptions, and hope that over time technology improves and costs come down and this all becomes workable. But I haven't seen any movement yet, and I think that the real answers, the real problems are the costs are too high or the funding is too low. And I am thinking that our upcoming state budgets are going to be around a theme of austerity, so I'm not seeing a lot of funding relief as likely for programs like these in the near future.
It's just that, I think about the importance of the blueprint and actually having some, action items to move forward over the years. But, if you don't have the funding, you don't have the bus manufacturers that, to me, it's like you're sort of trying to establish, oh, yes, this is a pretty picture, but we're not going to be able to do it. We know it's going to be impossible because we don't have the funds. And so I'm just wondering, given that scenario, exemptions are fine, but, if the ultimate goal is really to get the electric buses moving because, it's better for the environment, it's better for air, air quality and all of that. We all want that. Why aren't there other alternatives? Why, I just can imagine perhaps incentivizing, having, other bus manufacturers, looking at others in other countries. What are they doing? How are they doing it? Is there something that can be piloted in California? I mean, it just seems to me that what we're doing is necessary, but it's very passive. And maybe I'm just not seeing the whole picture, but if it's not, I'd like to know.
I appreciate your comments because I think there's been a number of, there's probably 101 reasons why we don't have the industry ramped up to be able to provide what we need for all the transit operators. The regulations have been there hoping to drive the markets. The problem is the markets also need funding to help either expand what they have or to grow it and to actually innovate more so that we can meet all the issues that, like, for example, most electric buses could not do the routes that we have to Gilroy, you know, at this point, because we don't know how much we would be out of range, and so that would be a problem for us. So there's things like that are going on. At the same time, there's other regulations that are within the industry. So, for example, you have Buy America, that put pressure on the bus operators. We have these carbs, you know, we're asking for a lot of zero-emission bus, hydrogen power, other activities, and I think there have been other regulations, safety standards, things like that, that are on the bus industry as well, that has pulled them down to 2 makers of buses at this time, and they're trying to get a 3rd or a 4th. This is a constant discussion around the at national level, that there are only 2 manufacturers who meet Buy America right now. So those 2, if you go to Gillig, which luckily is right here in Livermore, they pretty much have a bus from every state that they're building, because they're one of the only suppliers, them and New Flyer, so for Buy America. So, and I think Director Burt, remember, we had these conversations before, and I do think they're trying to get more people into that. They've actually had a task force specifically designed that came from APTA that actually the White House actually got involved with as well, and the Department of Transportation, that met specifically with the vendors and different industry leaders, including AC Transit was on that, help lead a lot of that effort, really just to have discussions about the bus manufacturers and what can we do. Some of it was procurement issues, but I don't believe that's the reason why we've lost vendors in the industry only. There's lots of other reasons. So, but there were some procurement issues which we are helping support the vendors in those aspects. But I think the issue is there was no money to build like the technology for the infrastructure, the technologies, the hydrogen facilities, any of those things. The money wasn't there. It just figured that by making the regulation, it would drive that. And it's been very difficult. There's only so much money going around.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
And I will also offer that we do see this blueprint as a bit of a living document, so we really did make a sincere attempt to say, yes, we can reach 2040 and here's how, but we also see updating this every few years if the reality doesn't match what we hope to see. So
I guess we definitely wanted you to see the challenges. Yes. We have to have a blueprint. They do expect that when you put your applications in for a grant, for them to understand that you're systematically moving towards your fleet, but we probably will see changes.
Yeah, yeah. So, I guess, I would say I still have a lot of concerns, but it is something that is necessary. And so if it's appropriate, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the item.
We have a motion and a second from Cohen. We have a couple more comments, so I'll go to those before we take a vote. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, first of all, thanks very much for the report, and certainly this is exactly what we want to do. I know there's a mandate, it's unfunded, but this is certainly something that we've been talking, pleading, praying for the last few years. Every time when we talk about purchasing buses, keep saying, why aren't we buying electric? Why are we still going back to the same old, right? And given the lifetime of replacement, trying to not replace as many, thinking that the technology will catch up sooner. Now, in the meantime, I would say I thank you for thinking it through as a blueprint, but certainly the 70-30 is only a possible guide. It might be the other way. It might be 30-70 or 70-30. It all depends on how fast the generation of the new battery technology, the range being extended, hopefully in the future, and based on what type of product. Instead of 2 manufacturers, maybe more manufacturers that would be and make buses that would meet more of our demands. So I just want to say that leaving it as flexible as possible is really important, number one. Number two is the contingency plan that you talked about, which is the purchase of the hybrid diesel buses and requesting exemption. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on the contingency of the technology is not coming through, and then we will have to continue buying hybrid? Any type of more detail you could share with us where we will be going?
I think at the point that we would decide to exercise an exemption and pursue hybrid diesel buses would be a few years in the future for us. We have been able to fund the first several steps of our transition. We have 35 buses arriving in 2026 that'll use new charging infrastructure at our Shibuya depot, so we'll have some hands-on experience to better understand whether this works for us or doesn't work for us. And we hope to see some of the costs evolve in that time. The big challenge that I see is that in the next 5 years, we will have about 160 buses reaching the end of their intended lifespan of about 12 years. And our mechanics are great. They get extra years out of buses, but at a cost of efficiency. And at some point, those 160 buses will need to be replaced. And to do all of that as zero-emission bus, we would need to have the funding now to start building the infrastructure to support them, and we don't have that. So I think maybe sometime around 2029, 2030, we might be making that decision to use an exemption, but we won't need to do that for the next few years.
Okay. And then you talked about those Proterra buses that we had. You said those 9, the one that was burned, right? But then the other 9 is now offline. Are we doing anything with them at all, or they're just basically scrap?
I'm not the right VTA expert to answer that. No. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Who do we have that can follow up with that?
Anybody from operations?
It's our operations team. I'm not sure if they're here tonight.
I think Derek is. Yeah, we'll follow up.
Yeah, if you could get a report back. I certainly would hate to see them, quote, getting wasted of all the money it's been put in and charging infrastructure. If those actually could be operated in short route instead of completely just sitting as scrap, that would be a real waste. Thank you.
Thanks, and I'll request that that be shared with the board as a follow-up. Director Sell?
Hi, I wanted to thank staff for this thorough presentation. I also watched the February workshop on this, and I'm an engineer by profession, so I like the way that you let the facts drive your conclusion, and so you do have this goal, but you do have guardrails of wanting to maintain quality of service, so that's your guardrail, and you do have like this time frame when decisions need to be made, whether zero emissions vehicles will happen or not, and that's not today, but you do have this blueprint of goals, long-term goals, and I really think that that is great, that you have phases. So phases are milestones, and at that milestone, if there's certain factors driving different directions, then at that milestone, you can pivot your plan. And I think it was mentioned that this plan is a living document, so that is great. I am hopeful that there will be new vendors that come online. I think when I watched the workshop in February, it was mentioned that there would be larger manufacturers that might be coming online to be Buy America ready. So you just never know. Technology in the next few years might drive more manufacturers and bring down the cost in that way, because we are a market-driven economy, and if vendors want to make money, they reduce their costs and they try to get more business. So that's great. I also am the speaker that spoke, Rich Parental is one of my constituents, and he has, as he mentioned, been, he's been watching hydrogen, and he mentioned turquoise hydrogen, and he sent me articles about it, and that's a process in which hydrogen is made in a carbon neutral process, and so those new technologies are something that we don't see now, but as we have this blueprint and we just fill in the holes of having new technology that might be able to meet some of the challenges that we're facing today, then I think it's great to have that blueprint because then you can see where the holes are and keep an eye on solutions that might be mitigating those challenges. So I just want to thank staff for doing this. I am, for many years, I'm a co-founder of 2 nonprofits related to the environment, and I do that because this is for the future of generations to come. And so this striving to reduce greenhouse emissions, which scientists, many believe that is causing many of the devastating effects of extreme climate conditions, which cause many extreme problems in our environment and how we live in the future. And so what we're doing is an investment in the future. But I really like how there's so many alternatives that you are able to pivot if we don't have the funding, if we're not meeting our goals. So I just wanted to thank the VTA staff for your thoughtful approach.
Thank you. Director Abakoga.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I feel like we talked about this a lot, actually, and I just wanted to share, and it's not a secret or anything, but at the MTC level, we've talked about zero-emission buses quite a bit, and this just a reminder that we're all required to do this. This is not just a VTA-specific item, and we did have a presentation in the fall from MTC that they've been looking into best practices. I don't know if the forum has happened, but they were going to put on a forum for agencies to come together to talk about technologies and also come look at ways to find funding. I believe we had some funding, but we've had to transfer that over into the transit operations fiscal cliff issue, but it is a statewide requirement, and we're not in this alone. So I trust that we will continue to discuss this and figure out a path to meeting our future requirements. And I would expect the state to come in and help us in that, or we should be advocating for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Arenas.
Thank you. So from last year's workshop in February, there was a recommendation by the chair to have a hearing with CARB so that collectively all the transportation agencies can voice some of their concerns, all the concerns that we're talking about now, whether it's the infrastructure, the technology, or the lack of inventory. And I think there needs to be a level of follow-up. I don't know if there was anything that came out of that, but I think that we need to continue to voice collectively our concerns so that there are some collective answers and solutions, because each agency is not going to answer and is not equipped to answer all of those.
Yeah, at a staff level, CARB has been hearing it from every single agency. I've been part of those calls. I think perhaps to be more effective about getting movement, we'll need to get our legislators involved to apply that pressure.
Yes, I think the chair at that time asked for us to have Senator Cortese involved. I don't know if there was any follow-up with that.
Yeah, I do know we're talking with the California Transit Agency. What does CTA stand for? California Transit Association. I always say the wrong one. California Transit Association to really spearhead this, and then working with our lobbyists as well. So.
To spearhead a hearing, to spearhead
I don't know about the specifics of
advocacy.
hearing advocacy at the state level, and particularly with CARB, because it's really within their purview for these regulations.
Right.
My expectation is that not much will happen until, because we haven't even hit the first year of requirements. As they start to see exemptions come through, as they start to see actual implementation, that's when we're likely to see a little bit more movement on the requirements, but we are talking to them pretty constantly.
But we are a couple of years away from exemptions at this point, is what I heard you say earlier. So that won't be seen by them until a couple of years. And then in a couple of years, we'll be in a different place. So it seems like we'll be catching up. I don't know if what the rest of the board members feel like, but I think that if we could continue to follow up on that request, I think it makes sense, even if we don't have all the answers.
We will do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to commend staff for really talking about this being a living document, that nobody knows what the evolution of this is going to be right now. And whereas I think this report did an excellent job of describing where things are today, that's not where we're going. That's not what the circumstances are going to be over the course of the next 10, 15 years. As you mentioned when Director Turner was asking about the hydrogen, you made the very strong points of that where we were 20 years ago on the quality of just the hardware systems, not the generation of the hydrogen itself, is drastically different today. Where we were 10 and 15 years ago in battery technology, in renewable generation, is drastically different from where we are now and where we will be in the coming decade. I'll just, as a point of reference for those who may be very discouraged right now by this, about 13, 14 years ago, as we own our own utility in Palo Alto, we had adopted a renewable portfolio more aggressive than the state. And in that time frame, as we were moving into, we had a baseline of 50% hydro, and we had gone to 20% additional renewables. And then we were going for 33% at the same time that the state had mandated 20%. And instead of the cost of renewables continuing to decline, they had gone up. And our staff had taken the projections of the last 2 years that had shown a steady rise in the costs, and they projected them going forward over the next coming years. But that's not what the technology and the industry and the projections of the experts on where things were really going were projecting. And we opted to disagree with our staff on not purchasing at that level. There was a disconnect between the supply and the demand. The demand had gone way up through mandates in a short period of time, and the supply had not caught up. Within just a few years, that cost had gone down 80%. And we today in Palo Alto, our cost of residential electricity, it's 100% carbon neutral, 50% the cost of PG&E. Now that doesn't mean that that example applies in every other circumstance, but the battery technologies today, which are very important to these assumptions, are progressing at a very rapid pace. The cost of the batteries, the power density, and the weight of the batteries, the reliability, the longevity, and the charging speed are all improving at very drastic rates. What we have as a problem in the US on these buses is we don't have a manufacturing supply system. Stanford has a virtually 100%, their operating portion of their fleet is virtually 100% electric fleet today. That's the second biggest bus system in Santa Clara County, and they are 100% electric. And they're BYD buses. They aren't entirely satisfied with them, but they've been using them for a number of years and scaled them up. They're 100% electric right now, but they paid the BYD buses, as we heard in February, they're a quarter the cost of domestic buses. But European buses that are a much more level playing field on cost are half the cost of US ones. So the problem isn't so much even today the technology, even though it is advanced, it will advance considerably from where we are today. The problem is our supply chain in the US, and that has to be fixed. But we're worried that the technology won't be there. Same thing on the cost of hydrogen. The federal government has set up, Biden administration, this could get undermined in the current upcoming administration, but they had an shot target on green hydrogen, not for $12 and not for $24. Their target, which I don't think they're going to hit, is $1 a kilogram by 2030. Now, I don't think they're going to hit that, but think about the difference between what we're worried about on $20 or $12 versus the low single digits, which many people do think we're going to get. And in Europe, they're proceeding on that. The technology for these green hydrogen electrolyzers is racing forward. It's one of the most rapidly advancing technologies going on in the entire clean tech field. So none of us know where we're going to be in 5 years or 10 or 15. And the best experts don't know it. But don't be so discouraged. And I'm also confident that if we aren't where we need to be as a supply and availability, we're not going to be mandated to do things in coming years that aren't possible. There will be waivers or adjustments in the time scale. So yes, this is a big challenge. I still think it will ultimately be more of an opportunity than a detriment. And let's keep an eye on the evolution of the technologies and see where we go from here. We don't know the answers, but I'm more optimistic than a lot of what I've heard tonight.
Thanks so much. And I'll make just a few comments. I won't repeat what Director Burt just said because that made the point. I was thinking of solar in particular, but what we've seen time and again with climate action, these kind of mandates in California, is that where the market signals from the public sector meet private capacity, it takes a while for that to catch up. But that's when you can really start to bend the cost curve, which then you end up in a place where it's just the option that makes economic sense is the green option, and that's where I think we can get to, along with the flexibility that we've all heard is important. So I'll be supporting the motion. The only thing I want to add is that, and I don't think this needs to be formally a part of the motion, but the next time that we come back and think about updates to this, even if it's more for direction at that point versus adopting the next phase, I'd love to get a little bit more specific about hydrogen, where the hydrogen is coming from, how we're calculating impact. Perhaps think about it more globally than just tailpipe emissions, for all the reasons that the commenters shared and more. And there's a much deeper dive to be done around hydrogen that we don't have time, and I don't think is probably appropriate for this iteration of the document. But would love for us to be more thoughtful about that and establish what some of those guardrails, as Director Sell was saying, what some of that is around what we'd like to see with hydrogen, because I don't think we've unpacked that yet. But I love that we're reiterating the bottom line that we're not going to cut service to meet this, and that's our bottom line, because that ultimately is where the biggest climate impacts will be. So with that said, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you so much. Next up, we have 7.2, which is the 2025 Advocacy Program for VTA. And we'll have Beverly Green, Chief Government Affairs Officer, and Aaron Quigley, Senior Policy Analyst.
Good evening, Chair Lopez, Vice Chair Mahan, and members of the Board of Directors. I am Beverly Green, Chief Government Affairs Officer, and I am joined by Aaron Quigley, who is the Senior Policy Analyst. We are here to talk to you and share with you our recommendations for the 2025 Advocacy Plan. This guides our legislative agenda in Washington, D.C., in Sacramento, California, regionally, and here in Santa Clara County. And with that, I would like Aaron to go ahead and present the advocacy program for 2025.
Thank you, Beverly. Thank you, Beverly. Chair, members of the board, welcome new members. Doesn't want to work for me anymore, Thalia. Thank you. Thank you. As Beverly mentioned, VTA develops an annual advocacy program to guide our policy and legislative activities for the year. The purpose of the program is to establish all the financial, statutory, regulatory, administrative policies and principles that guide VTA's advocacy at all levels of government. It's designed to be flexible, enabling us to seize on unforeseen opportunities and respond promptly to the dynamic political and policy environments in Washington, Sacramento, and the Bay Area. The flexibility allows staff to be nimble in response to developing opportunities and when legislative calendars don't always align. The program is structured in a way that clearly articulates VTA's highest priority issues and broad strategy, followed by a list of major advocacy principles. That said, it's a focused list. The specific issues that arise during the legislative session will be brought back to the board for direction at monthly meetings. Transit alone is a complex operation, but VTA's broad mandate allows us to influence legislation on a wide range of areas, including funding and public agency governance, procurement, public safety, land use and housing, transit regulation, grants advocacy, environmental and energy regulation, highways, congestion management law, and plenty of other areas. In 2025, the government affairs team will focus its energies on building political support at the federal level on the following areas on the screen, including the $5.1 billion full funding grant agreement for the BART extension, Silicon Valley Phase 2, the transportation appropriation bill for the coming year, safety and security funding, surface transportation authorization, and federal transit grant certification. Should be no surprise that the BART extension remains a top priority for us, and our government affairs team will be working hand in hand with the BART project team and our external stakeholders to secure the federal funding in the new administration. Other priorities here relate to annual funding bills, multi-year federal authorizations pertaining to transportation spending, security grants, securing grants, and a focus on safety and security. And that last one is important to VTA, as our county will be host to a number of sporting events in 2026 and beyond. At the state level, we're focused on workforce housing and support. Specifically, we are actively exploring VTA-sponsored legislation in the new session that would expand our authority to develop housing on VTA properties with a preference for VTA employees and expedite the financing and delivery of those housing units. We would hope this can convey our respect for the crucial role our transit operators and staff play in the economy of Silicon Valley and the service they provide to our community. We also hope it would provide a safety benefit to those operators by reducing their long commutes as they're driving for VTA every day and having to live outside the county due to the cost of living here. VTA is also a member of the California Transit Association's Cap and Trade Working Group to address the extension of the state's cap and trade system and any policy-related matters to its programs, related to its programs. And finally, at the state level, we're also working with all of our departments to develop ideas and be prepared to take advantage of opportunities to enhance project and service delivery and innovation therein. Regionally, our work is informed by a couple of important precedents set at the end of last year. Under regional funding measures and policies, we would note the Santa Clara County leadership coalesced around an approach where our county pursues our own separate parallel sales tax measure administered by VTA. That measure would retain local control of decision-making here in Santa Clara County, but provide a funding source to meet regional connectivity and service obligations to partners like Caltrain and BART. Under Diridon Station and public transit partnerships, we would note that by the end of 2024, all of the partners in the Diridon Station expansion effort signed cooperative agreements to create the Diridon Station Steering Committee, and in the coming year, VTA is committed to working with the steering committee partners, the City of San Jose, Caltrain, and MTC, to develop legislation to enhance our governance of the Dearborn Station expansion project. Just finally, we're doing this advocacy work in a legislative context. As you know, of course, the White House and both chambers of Congress are unified under Republican control, albeit with limited margins. Conversely, our California governorship and legislature are controlled by Democrats, so that political division will influence our work there, probably no surprise. At the state level, the governor is expected to release his budget proposal for the coming year tomorrow, and that'll kick off the budget process for the next year. Transit agencies, including VTA, will need to be strategic as that budget is developed, pushing for maintaining and expanding funding for transit, but focused on sources like cap and trade that don't necessarily impact the general fund. At the regional level, we're collaborating with partners and working through policy issues and legislation around potential revenue measures as those partners are seeking relief for their looming budget deficits. So we have our own critical needs and goals, but we need to be sensitive to the context our partner agencies are operating within. Finally, for your reference, we wanted to share some key deadlines coming up in the state legislative schedule in Sacramento. And I would just thank the chair, the board, for hearing our short presentation, and we'll be bringing regular updates to you each month on these and other issues as they develop. We respectfully request your approval of the program.
Thank you. At this point, let's go to public comment. Do we have anyone in person or online wishing to speak?
We do have one online. Jordan, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Jordan Moldau, San Jose. There's a lot of good stuff in the program. Thanks for this. I would like to propose some additions to it. I think there needs to be a lot more with regards to shifting both federal and state funding from highways into public transportation and active transportation. On the federal level, Governor Newsom should be encouraged to do flexing of highway funds, which other states have done. And also California's own SHOP funding should be shifted to public transit and active transportation. VTA has a bicycle superhighway network plan, and it would be great if we could push for state funding to help get that implementation. It would also be great, we have our express lane program, but we're limited to only putting express lanes on new lanes or HOV lanes, and that the revenues are only allowed to be spent on that same corridor. I think it would be good if VTA could advocate so that funding that is coming from revenues of tolls is allowed to be used more broadly for bus and rail operations anywhere in the county, and also that we have more flexibility to build tolls on existing lanes, so that way we don't have to widen highways and increase vehicle miles traveled in order to get revenue from tolls. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thank you. Closing public comment. Let's go to Director Jane.
Thank you for this. I think that it's very important for us to be active in advocacy. We get a lot of unfunded mandates, just like we saw in the last item that we discussed, the zero emission bus from CARB with an unfunded mandate. We need to be able to advocate for waivers as needed. I like that in this plan that you're being flexible, that we can add things over the year as issues arise. So thank you.
Thank you. I've got one question. I'll make a couple comments. When last year I accompanied some of our staff to DC on a visit, and one of the items that we heard about that seemed like that was really a bipartisan effort was around funding for some of the mega events coming, particularly in 2026, which are going to majorly impact our region and our municipal partners as well. I know there was a bullet in there about safety and security funding, but is that part of the thinking? And could you speak just a little bit more about a strategy for that? Because this will really be the key year to bring some of that funding in.
So I'm going to talk about a couple things that are going on quickly. The Bay Area Host Committee is leading the effort for the special events, especially the FIFA. They are seeking private investment in the special events. There is a bill on the federal side to support special events, which include our events and then also the Olympics that are coming and also the other venues for the FIFA. There is also some discussion about going to Sacramento to ask for state funding. So those are some of the things that are going on.
And thank you for the updates. And I just encourage us to be active and also work with cities, other agencies to continue those efforts. If I don't see any other, go ahead and then I'll come back. Any Vice Chair Mahan.
Just a quick question to kind of pick up on the chair's question, but in a slightly different direction. With the new administration coming in Washington and this being a critical year, obviously, for parts of Silicon Valley, how are we thinking about building a broader coalition or maybe changing up our approach in Washington? What do you need from board members? I'd just be curious to hear a little more about how we're thinking about approaching this administration and continuing to have strong partners in Washington, because clearly we're going to rely on Washington support for a number of our priorities.
So we have been discussing what we're going to do given this new administration. And there are three things that we're looking at. We are in discussions. We will be bringing an updated advocacy plan. But one is to look at what is going on with the CIG program, period. That's the first thing. In terms of advocacy, we want to make sure that we are able to inform our local electeds and our local sort of advocates and make sure they are steeped in the value of the BART to Silicon Valley before we go to Washington, D.C. We don't know who the FTA administrator is. There is some discussion that they will try to appoint, I believe, the deputy, which doesn't have to be confirmed. So there are a lot of moving parts right now.
Okay, appreciate that. Look forward to learning more, and I'm sure this is true for my colleagues, but as we've talked about offline, I'm very eager to support our advocacy work and willing to hop on a plane or help with bringing together and briefing electeds at other levels of government, including our congressional delegation. So I know we're all going to have to engage in a team effort here to make sure that we are reinforcing the value of our larger projects and continuing to build those partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, and couldn't agree more. And I'll just add that for all of us board members, as we have other trips for conferences and whatnot, just continue to look for those ways to how we can engage and support. I'm with that. I would like to move the item with one amendment, and that is a request to come back at some point in the year, and we can discuss more offline, but with an opportunity for discussion, board input for a 2 to 3 year outlook for advocacy, for a couple of reasons. It was actually the previous item that made me think of this, because a lot of these issues that we're going to be facing go much longer than a 1 year time frame. So just like we would do 2 year budgeting, I think it's going to be increasingly helpful and strategic to have that level of just top level and focus and input from the board. The other reason being that circumstances can also change quickly, and as we just saw, let's continue with assuming conservative budgeting from the state. We're also now seeing that we may actually have some surpluses, and so things can change quickly with our capital gain structure in the state. And so just to have that list just like we would have projects prioritized and ready for funding, kind of do that with our advocacy and have those things that would be nice to have. And so if circumstances change, we can be ready. The other reason being that goes along with that the legislature is limiting the number of bills that can be introduced. And so increasingly, I think going into next year, to start the discussions in January, we might find ourselves wishing that we'd had that earlier. So if the board will entertain me and I have a second, I'd love to come back with that discussion.
You wanted a second on that?
Yes.
Or was it? Yes, second.
So there's a motion and a second from the vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thanks so much for the presentation. That item passes.
Thank you.
So we next move to item 7.3, and we're going to keep Beverly up here. Thank you, Aaron. And this is a resolution in support of the National Equity and Infrastructure Pledge.
Good evening. I am still Beverly Green, the Chief Government Affairs Officer. I am joined by Remy Awo-Sanya, who is the Contracts Compliance Manager, and we are here to present the proposed resolution in support of the National Equity and Infrastructure Project Pledge. You heard a little bit about this from the General Manager, who spoke about the event that is going to take place on the 13th. And you know from part of what she shared is that this was created in anticipation of the $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It will improve public infrastructure contracting practices to create more prime, joint venture, and equity contracting opportunities for historically underutilized businesses. And on January 13th, we have the opportunity to showcase the Milpitas BART station by having a media event there. VTA has been doing quite well in terms of its diversity programs, which include the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program for federally funded projects and the Small Business Enterprise Program for state-funded projects. Through these projects and programs, VTA also assists in certifying businesses. And for example, VTA has identified a 12% project goal for BART to Silicon Valley Phase 2 and a 13% triennial goal for non-BART to Silicon Valley projects. And because of the incredible work of our Contracts Compliance Manager and our Procurement Department, we are pleased to say that VTA has exceeded both of those goals. So therefore, we bring you the resolution in support of this pledge, and we are available for any comments or questions.
Thanks much. Let's do public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this item?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay. Closing public comment. Any questions or comments from directors? If not, is there a motion? Was that Candelas with the motion and Kamei with the second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you so much. And I'll be excited to sign that this coming Monday. So that takes us to 7.4, and this is approving a second amendment to the employment contract between Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority and General Manager CEO Carolyn Gano. And so the report on this is in your packet. And this is a full-on to board discussion from the end of last year. We'll now take public comment for 7.4.
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay, closing public comment. Any comments or questions from board members? If not, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve the Second Amendment to Employment Contract?
Second.
Lee and I had Foley for the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. And now we're on to 7.5, which is an update on VTA's BART to Silicon Valley 2 extension project. We'll have Tom McGuire, Chief Capital Mega Projects Delivery Officer, to provide a report.
How's that? Good evening, directors. Tom McGuire here with an information-only update. There's no action, but this is an in-progress update on what's happened on the Bart-Silicon Valley project since we were last here in November. I'm going to cover three main areas: our ongoing project efforts, the BSV contracting task force, and then finally how the update I'm giving today and the actions we've taken fit into our master program schedule. So let's go ahead here. First of all, our ongoing project efforts. Three things to talk about here. One is the cost savings effort. I think, I hope that we've made clear that our top priority right now on the BSV2 project is finding ways to save over $700 million to make up for the shortfall we received in our federal engineering letter, and to deliver those, to lock down those savings by spring of 2025. We had a workshop in November with the full board where we talked about a variety of items that you voted unanimously to support. And I'm pleased to say that those cost savings, which we refer to as level 1 cost savings, we continue to move forward on them. We're confident there's several hundred millions of dollars in those savings, things like replacing the parking structures with surface parking at 28th Street Little Portugal, certain changes to the station designs, and changes to BART design criteria. However, we also know that, as we discussed in November, that's not enough. We're trying to close a gap of over $700 million, and the things that you see described here as level 2 ideas are currently designs being advanced and cost estimates are being developed. There are no numbers against these yet. These are items that, if you recall the November workshop, we did put our cost estimate for these as TBD. They are still TBD, but we are working in partnership with our own in-house consultants, getting feedback from the outside expert, Gall Ziedler, as well as the Federal Program Management Oversight Committee, to look at all 5 of those things you see described there: reducing the size of the BART yard, reconfiguring the interior of the tunnel, finding less expensive and more environmentally friendly ways to dispose of tunnel muck, revising the structure of the overall design, and most importantly, finding ways to potentially tunnel from the east at the same time as we tunnel from the west. And we'll bring back reports on the design advancement and cost savings as they become available this spring. Second update is that on December 18th, we had an all-day workshop with our Federal Program Management Oversight consultant. For those of you who are new to the board, the PMOC is works for the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, oversees our project, and is specifically tasked with protecting the federal interest and helping us manage risk on the project. We spent a full day going over first our level 1 and level 2 cost-saving ideas, got a lot of positive feedback from the PMOC that the level 1 ideas in particular look very promising and appear to be within our NEPA record of decision. But we also talked about more aggressive ideas, and the PMOC brought some of their own ideas about shrinking the size of certain project aspects, new tunneling methods, and we are reviewing those, and we owe responses back to the PMOC in response to the workshop. Final thing here is, when you approved the funding for QHA Trailer to proceed with the launch structure at West Portal in December, you may remember we described that as a limited notice to proceed. We have given the limited notice to proceed to QHA Trailer to mobilize on site, and they have been mobilized since mid-December. However, there are some key milestones happening between now and February 3rd. We are going through an optimization exercise in which some ideas that both our staff and Gall Ziedler, the committee's independent expert, brought forward, challenging QHA Trailer to integrate some of those into the design and see if we can save some money on the $398 million price tag. And also the big decision that we described at that meeting in December of whether or not to proceed with the ramp as part of that. That decision is due on February 3rd, and we'll continue to keep the board updated as the discussions with KST continue. Next, I would like to give an update on the contracting task force. So again, a reminder that in November, when we discussed the challenge that we were having with QHA Trailer, our tunneling and track work contractor. There was a mutual agreement, a strong suggestion from the board that we agreed with to put together a task force composed of myself and my team, our general counsel, Evelyn Tran, our chief procurement officer, Nicole Chapman, outside counsel, as well as the committee's expert, Gal Ziedler, to look at, again, a number of issues related to what would happen if we were to move away from QHA Trailer and potentially look for a different contractor and try to bring some competition into the project to help us reduce the cost trends we're seeing. The task force is looking, again, at the issues you see on the screen here. So if we were to move on from QHA Trailer, partially or fully, using the off-ramp provision in the Progressive Design Build contract, there's a lot of things we have to make sure we get right. We have to make sure that the resulting contracts are packaged and they are biddable and they are attractive to industry, so we'll get the competition that we would like to see from an off-ramp. We want to look at whether Progressive Design Build or a different means of procurement is the appropriate way to move a project this big forward. And we want to make sure that the interfaces between new construction contractors don't become risk items for the project. So the task force continues to work on those issues. We also have been reaching out to the industry to gauge what is the interest. So if we were to pursue a full or partial off-ramp, will anybody bid on this? Will anybody pursue this? And as Carolyn, our general manager, alluded to in her report, she and our construction director and Ronak Nayak from my core staff were in New York at the premier annual tunneling conference. I was pleased to see that over 22 representatives of contractors showed up at a workshop that Carolyn hosted. She was able to give a very consistent message to the industry about what our expectations are, but that is making us cautiously optimistic about the level of interest among QHA Trailer's competitors. We're going to repeat that effort at, as Carolyn mentioned, at a conference that Monica Bourne, my deputy, and I will be attending in Los Angeles at the end of next week. So we'll try to get contractors on both coasts aware of the decision that we're facing, aware of the policy advice and alignment we're getting from our board, and gauge the interest so that we don't leap into a decision like an off-ramp without a clear exit strategy. And then finally, I'm just going to go back to our master program schedule and remind remind our board members of some of the decisions that milestones we've reached since we published this in November. That second line, we have mobilized QHA Trailer to construct the launch structure. On the fourth line, you'll see this board's approval of both Early Works Package 3B and 3C. That is the full funding for the launch structure to proceed. So we're moving forward on the critical path construction so that doesn't become a schedule issue for us. And then finally, we held a very effective workshop with our federal partners, and we'll look to document some of the decisions they made about how the work we're doing fits into our NEPA record of decision, but we were very encouraged by the feedback we received, so we want to nail that down in writing as fast as we can. And that concludes my report. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment on this end?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay. Closing public comment. Directors? Director Burt?
Yeah, I can provide just a little supplemental information from the Oversight Committee. First, what Tom just mentioned about this workshop that you just had sounds really encouraging initially, that there was such an interest by tunneling companies in participating in our project, because frankly, some of our consultants and contractors have kind of intimated that that wouldn't be the case. And we'll see what happens, but that's initially very encouraging. And at our last committee meeting, we had some deeper presentation on some of these things. Tom, I don't know if you have backup slides on the cost reduction, the Group A and Group B, but
I'm sorry, I don't have them in our deck tonight, but we can distribute those to the board.
okay. So basically, there are one set that totaled, as I recall, 400 and something million that we've identified the cost and that are promising cost reductions, including 180 million or so that are from the design criteria manual changes, meaning that BART has collaborated and worked toward changing some of the design standards in a way that has enabled us to already shave that much from that category. Then there's this second set that Tom alluded to that staff has not yet estimated a cost range because they're so preliminary, they don't know a cost number, but what the committee asked is, give us a range. And so that we at least have some numerical ranges of what remains. As Tom mentioned, we have a goal of at least 700 million in cost reduction. It's really 700 million to 1.2 billion, and that 500 million difference is we had put up that we, as a worst case scenario, we would use the remaining $500 million from Measure A at the expense of all other Measure A projects if it had to be. So our goal was really the 1.2 billion or somewhere in between those two, and I just want to make sure everybody knows that. We also had a real extensive discussion on muck. And muck is the underground waste that comes out from the drilling. And as Director Jane has really been pushing that we evaluate that. I have to tell you, it was a fascinating discussion of muck. And we came to understand more about the drying, preliminary drying that's required, and the transportation, the volume that might occur from different tunneling diameters, how we would potentially truck it versus train transportation potentially, a combination of sites. So what Tom really explained is there's a very good chance we're going to have a hybrid disposal method, and that is a cost reduction opportunity is in that muck. And then one other important thing that is in, if you, on our 5.13 or whatever is the chair report, Mr. Nasri Munfa from Gall Ziedler, at the request of Tom's concurrent tunneling task force, came forward with a proposal that is being evaluated, looking at, rather than a twin bore from the east side to converge with our large single bore, a smaller single bore from the east, drilling concurrently, and allowing still under that scenario, it would transition east of the downtown station underground and have a fraction of the volume, faster drilling speed, and coming from both directions. Both of those things would potentially, and this is not determined yet, would save construction dollars and then save very considerable time, which is the even bigger cost savings. So these have not been determined and fleshed out, but Tom, I think my understanding is that these are being evaluated seriously, and we'll know more in the coming weeks.
That's very seriously. This is it's a promising area, but it does need a lot of work to make sure that we that the promise in terms of cost and schedule really does play out. So yes.
Yep. So I just want to make sure everybody was aware of a number of those balls in the air. They're hopeful, but there's a lot more work to be done before we really know whether they're truly viable.
Thank you. Director Foley.
I'll let Director.
Go, Director Jane.
Yes, muck is definitely my favorite topic. Thank you, Director Burt. So I understand that we are muck bound. That means that currently the transport of the muck away from the boring machines is the schedule critical path. And so we've discussed different options, trucking it by trucks or taking it by rail. And I understand that there are 2 quarries and the salt ponds as potential disposal sites, but they would require some rail improvements. And so I wanted to understand what it would take to get Union Pacific to allow us to do those rail improvements, and whether that's a critical path, because it seems like UP is kind of difficult to deal with. But can you explain the, I think it's $250 million just to dispose of the muck. Can you explain how we might be able to cut the costs on that, and what the savings would be? Would it be maybe $100 million? And then the second thing is, if we were to execute the idea of tunneling from the east side with, say, a 34-foot tunnel boring machine, when would we have to order that in order to meet our schedule, and how much would that cost to the project? And I have a couple other questions, but you can answer those.
Sure. So to start with the muck, you're correct, Director Jane, that currently the project budget assumes a worst-case scenario, which is that all muck needs to be removed from the West Portal site in the Newhall Yard area by truck, and the cost estimate allows for about $250 million to do that. You also mentioned the idea of being muck-bound. For everyone who wasn't at the committee, what that means is muck-bound means that our tunneling activities could move faster, but for our ability to remove the muck from the portal. So that becomes the constraint on our work. I would say the best way to describe where we are right now is that we are at risk of being muck-bound, which is to say that there is a plan that involves, again, $250 million worth of trucking activity that can move the muck out at the maximum drill rate of the tunnel. However, the availability of those trucks, the reliability, suggests that's a big risk in our program, and we need to be very careful about managing that risk. A great way to manage it is to come up with other options besides trucks to move the muck off-site, and that's where we got into at the committee. Currently, the environmental clearance is only for a trucking solution, but we are working on clearing both additional ways of removing by rail, as well as additional destinations to take the muck to. So I'm glad you mentioned the two quarries. Those are very promising locations. One of them is in Pleasanton, the other one's in Cupertino. We are also looking at environmental clearance of moving some of the muck to the salt ponds to provide an environmental benefit and coastal defense benefit in that area. So both of those require environmental clearance. That work is underway right now. I don't know what the cost delta is, and I don't know what the ultimate cost of the rail improvements that would be necessary from Union Pacific. Our goal is to get that information this spring so that we can scope out what that hybrid option that Director Burt described and put that into our project budget. As for your second question, the issue of the TBM, when it has to be ordered, how much it'll cost, again, that's something we're working on right now.
Okay, so in terms of disposal of some of this muck, it's conceivable that someone would pay us for that, right? There are dirt brokers, there are, climate adaptation funds where maybe state money from cap and trade would pay for taking that muck and creating horizontal levees in the bay. Are we exploring those things?
We are exploring those things, but I do want to repeat something that Sarah Wilson said at the previous at the committee meeting. The quality of this muck is not great for structural uses. So, if for grading a large site or building a large levee, it's very wet, very soft soil. So, at first principle, it's not a great candidate for sale in large volume. But the coastal resiliency ideas you described, the idea of getting potentially an environmental agency grant to use it, that remains promising, and we in fact are applying. We are seeking those funds out actively.
So we're looking at potentially off-ramping or rebidding the CP2, which is the tunnel and track work. Are we going to be able to get that done before the FFGA deadline of August? If we had to go out and bid, rescope it and bid it, seems like a long process to get that done.
It is a long process, and that'll be a challenging deadline to meet. However, I put the schedule back up on the screen here. We don't need to have the tunnel contractor We don't need to have the FFGA in place to start the off-ramp process, but we also don't have to have the tunnel contractor in place to apply for the FFGA. Our schedule is showing the effort to bring a new potentially a new tunnel contractor on board by the first quarter of 2026, aligned with receiving an FFGA shortly before then. So we would, if we were to start this year, we would have a full year and probably full year and maybe a month or two to bring a new tunnel contractor on board. Doesn't have to be before the application in August. It has to be before, around the same time as the award in early 26.
And I do want to make sure it's clear that the CP2 contract is the line and the structure within the tunnel.
Right.
It's the tunnel, it's the structure within the tunnel, it's also the station excavation. So there's a possibility to break up those packages as well. So I just want to make sure the board doesn't think it's just the tunnel, because that's a question that we've been being asked by some of the contractors, is who's doing the station excavation and is that separate? So just want everybody, it's a very large contract that could be off-ramped in different ways.
Okay, and the last question is about business disruption. I talked to somebody from the downtown association, and apparently they're not being notified about when there's closures. And for the East Ridge BART connector, there's a newsletter that goes out. It's emailed to me and the rest of the board every week about what's happening with closures and construction. And I hear there's some blight on some of the VTA properties, like the Gold Rock building and the Chase building. And so I'm just trying to figure out how we can really protect those businesses downtown.
The suggestion of a regular newsletter is a really good one. We are rebooting our public outreach and external affairs efforts right now for the new year, and that's a good suggestion. We're thinking seriously about doing something like that. As for the blight on the Gold Rock property, we can do a little investigation of that. I do know that we are funding building wraps and some anti-graffiti efforts to prevent abandoned, empty buildings from becoming a challenge for the community. But we could follow up specifically on that building with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for that presentation. And what I'd like to see, I really appreciate the list of the level 1 items that we've already authorized you to take a look at and reduce the cost of or reduce the amount of our deficit. But I would like to see that number on an ongoing basis. It would be really helpful if we had the 700,000 or the 1.2 that Director Burt talked about, and then subtract the things that we've already taken into consideration for as a reduction to see what our nut really is becoming. And rather than you verbalizing it, I appreciate that, but I'm a very visual learner, and I want to be able to see it in front of me. And from month to month, it is extremely helpful if you could provide those for us. And I know you don't have the costs on level 2 yet, but when you have those, that's going to be really helpful to me. So that's my only comment, and we're not voting on anything today, are we?
This is informational only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll just say I appreciate some really great ideas. I love the idea of a newsletter. The one for the light rail connector has been extremely helpful. I'm really excited to hear about the positive response to the outreach efforts among other contractors, and it sounds like doing that in a little bit of a splashier way than I think some of what we've initially talked about has been really helpful. So I just encourage that to continue and just get the word out, but really appreciate those efforts. And again, this is informational, so we'll close this item and move on to, thank you, and thank you, Tom, for all the work. Appreciate it. Move on to item 8, other items. First is items of concern and referral to administration, 8.1. Are there any referrals from my colleagues? No referrals. We'll move to item 8.2, announcements. Are there any announcements? And a friendly reminder, we have a board workshop scheduled for Friday, January 24th at 9 a.m. at the VTA River Oaks campus. And because we're able to accommodate all of our public commenters who want to speak, we'll now move to item 9, which is closed session. And as noted, we removed 2 of the closed session items. We'll go in the next room for that, room 157. And to the members of the public, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. I'm sorry. And specifically, we referred 9.1A and 9.1B. So we'll consider 9.1C in the next room. And after, we'll reconvene open session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
You're on.
Yeah, I do need to keep track of all the records. Yes, I do need it back, but you'll report out?
Okay. We're coming back to open session. We had no reportable action in our closed session. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all so much.